All right, everybody, we are live here. I think we've got the audio problem fixed. Had to run home and make some changes, but I think we've got everything up and running the way it needs to be now. So I'm gonna check my audio here and just make sure we're good to go. Audio's problem fixed. All right. I think we're good there on audio. Perfect. All right, so we're chasing snow tonight. Just got a couple things I got to take care of here really quick to get everything in order and make sure we're good to go. All right, I think we're good to go. All right. Having some issues here with our dash camera here tonight. See if we can get things to come back up live here. There we go. I think we're good now. Chad Davis asked how much snow have you got. We're about, I'd say we're pushing 2 inches here in my neighborhood right now. We are back up and running here. A lot of people out on the roads tonight. Hopefully we won't have any more problems with the dash camera. Seems to be my Achilles heel today for some reason. I think we look pretty good there. Thank you everybody for tuning in. I had some issues with some audio earlier I had to get fixed, and I had the kids screaming in the background as we were trying to show them a little bit of snow. But the roads got a little too dangerous for us there. We wanted to get them home and safe and sound at home. So I'm back out now, heading back down towards the beach. We've got about 2 inches here in Carolina Forest already, or pushing 2 inches. It's getting pretty close. A lot of blowing snow, so this is a very powdery snow. So a lot of blowing going on with this snow as well. So roads are snow covered and getting dangerous. So definitely want to find your safe place and get there and stay in your safe place. We got a mesoscale discussion still active right now on radar there. You can see that we are in that highlighted area, and that's snowfall rates up to and over an inch per hour. So a lot of heavy snowfall falling. I know we waited all day for this to happen, and we're finally there. But I'll tell you, it's going to be worth the wait if you're a snow lover. So, but definitely some heavy snow falling right now. A little bit lighter than it was previously, about 45 minutes ago or so. But still very, very heavy snow falling at a rapid rate here. So we're going to head on through Carolina Forest here, back down towards the beach, and hopefully not have any issues with our video and audio here the rest of the night. So please let me know in the comments where you're watching from. I'd love to know. Feel free to send us your storm photos and videos. We'd love to see that. You can tag us on Facebook or on Twitter or X at MB. It's at MBAwareWX. A lot different than the other night driving around in freezing rain. Now we've got some snow on the ground. now I'm heading up onto 501. Got a green light here, which is unusual. I'll take advantage of that. Hopefully everything looks good on the stream for you guys. I'm trying to make sure my audio and video is working good. So if you got good audio, please let me know in the chat and in the comments if the audio is working well. Blustery 23 degrees with a wind chill, probably in the teens at this point. But nice and warm in the storm tracker here. Thank my buddy Ford Duncan for sharing out the stream here. Um, his comment on there was, if you want to know what it looks like on the roads, watch this stream. Yeah, we're going to show you what it's like out on the roads without actually having to be out on the roads. A lot of cars out on the road, not as many as I expected to see, but there are quite a few still out and about right now. So take it easy and be careful what you're doing. The roads are slick, they are snow covered, and snow is falling at a rapid pace here. Ford says good audio, thank you. Kathleen says she can hear me. Awesome. Perfect. It's been a stressful start to the evening when things don't go the way you want them to. Still looking 4 to 8 inches here tonight. Isolated spots of more. And if the snow keeps falling the way it's falling right now, we may meet that pretty quick. always a dangerous area, 501, when you start getting over these bridges and overpasses. These slick up really fast. So you want to be extremely careful. Heavy snow continuing to fall here. What's everybody up to tonight? What do you guys do when it's snowing and there's nothing else to do? Are we binge watching any good shows? Yeah, we're approaching 17 here. Snow-covered roads in Myrtle Beach for the second year in a row.
Well, the thing too over there, that they got a long way to go. We actually saw them go those speeds.
Yeah, but still, already 2 inches on the ground. Yeah. The low end of our forecast. Apparently there. 1.5 inches, 2 inches in the mainstream.
I've got the WMBF Live running on my phone to listen to as well. I like to partner with Andrew and Jamie over there quite often. We like to share each other's stuff.
Like this looks like something you would see west, east, supposed to be out west. Why? Here's your vacation for
It is colder. I love it.
Yeah.
So many sometimes it's Main Street.
And you know what? There's something even with Ocean Boulevard seeing for videos to see what's usually busy.
This is Subway's made.
Yeah.
It's made. With the snow, that view, that's some intense night. 2 times in 1 year. But we get into some measure.
Oh, I like it. This is gonna be fun. Conway is in and out, in and out.
So this is right on.
Looks like we got a little bit of an accident there.
It's not. It's splotches. And think of it. I like your analogy better when talking thunderstorms. Yeah, you know.
We're going to turn around here. There's a little bit of an accident back here. We're going to go take a look at, make sure everybody's okay.
That's where you pick up on the intensity.
Yeah, it is. Up there. Like, talk about this here 6:30. That area.
It is. And it's, I know when you go back and cover it, and when you look, because so many times when we're covering systems, especially with weather trap, which is that's not the case with this system. We are rotating everything. So what you see out to the west, sure, that's going to kind of spin around too. But we're going to continue.
We're going to turn around here. We're going to go make sure these people are okay.
West there. And really along the border, South Carolina, right where Jack is driving, I think that is where the potential big time snow totals come in. But also, I think if we're going to have late snow 5, 6, 7 a.m., I think it's going to be in these areas because you're getting all the snow coming up. Then you're also going to get the backside of it when you finally get, oh shit, look at everything out there. Yeah. It's this storm.
Looks like everybody's okay, but we're going to take a look.
We're used to seeing green.
Yeah.
It's red, dark green, yellow, red. That is out in the ocean.
You're good.
Initially,
Yep.
so
Okay.
I think is where
And I would even say I would be shocked to see that is where we call it basically stretching the moisture. So I think you have a fair chance. I would even say 544 Surfside Beach, all the way up with the Little River Cherry Road. And you basically draw a line to the northwest and include parts of Jersey. You're going to be basically.
Got the Weather Channel out here with us right now. All right. So, funny story about that. Guy must have wrecked and took off. Nowhere to be found. Car's running. Airbag deployment. We're going to get rolling. Still got heavy snow running through the area. Charles Peak with the Weather Channel joined me there for that one. Myrtle Beach Police Department is saying there's a lot of accidents. People need to pay attention. If you don't have to be out and about, please do not be out and about. It's getting very dangerous. It is cold out, I can tell you that much. Brutal cold. Ambient temperature is 23 degrees. But wind chills, man. Wind chills are what's going to be the factor. That's what we're going to be talking about over the next 48 hours or so, expected into Tuesday. Very, very cold wind chills here, and very extreme cold temperatures moving in. So we're going to be watching those temperatures here over the next couple days. It's going to be rough.
Coverages we can give you. I feel like we've been working around the clock. Our tower cam out there. Actually, let's take it where you can see up in this around the night. Jenna and myself will be back for one of these in about an hour, 10 o'clock or so. Join us there. Okay. Yep.
That area, I think is where.
And I would even say I wouldn't be shocked to see 6 months. That is where the transition. We call it to it basically like a
You can see the blowing snow
stretching the motion.
as those winds are
Yeah.
rushing
So
across the
I
road.
think you have a fair chance if you're watching this right now. I would even say 5 weather travel. You're going to be basically. I like to know what this is like. Think about it. Like this is when you're going to.
This ain't working.
Hey, I mean, we're talking double digits already. Talking double digits for some women. Not to mention also. Yeah. All right, so Elijah said, just got in here, so sorry if you already. But any concern about so Elijah, I'll tell you this. Thankfully, we don't have rain. Thankfully, we don't have sleet anymore. Power outages were a big concern. In that area, let's be honest, if we were to tell you during hurricane season, hey, we're getting 40 miles per hour winds, you wouldn't even bat an eye. If we see power outages, I think it's very reasonable.
Just trying to get caught up here. We got some social media stuff checking in on here. Remember, I do everything by myself here when it comes to these streams. So, and running the social media, everything. So we got a lot going on here.
Yeah, So, I think we're in that sweet spot. I would say 6 plus, really good push 8 plus maybe.
Where's everybody watching from? We don't have plows. We do have plows. We just don't have the resources like you would see up north. We definitely have plows, but they're not going to be like what you're seeing up north during a normal snowstorm. So there's definitely some resources. We just don't have as many because we don't get that snow on a regular basis like you're seeing tonight.
Sandy says, how many inches are going expected? Yeah, at least. Yeah, same. Many bees South Carolina is already extended down. They have everything.
Hold on 367 there.
Okay, North Carolina also has. Let's real quick before we go because I want to show people if it's up.
Stop right there, right?
Let's see. Driving through town. Let me pull this up.
First 60 on location. Copy.
Such a
Really good. The suspect left on the vehicle. Careful. It's gonna go.
Let me pull this up. I'm over here staring at it. Y'all are like, what are you looking at? Let's take it to a show. It is. This is Myrtle.
Anything in there? First aid.
Great job.
Okay, very nice. Right there, Conway.
Yes, he's coming into town. We're gonna go really off the cuff here. Are we able to pull up Brian Tanner and just search it real quick? Brian Pan. You search it. I'll cut back to us, and then we will. I mean, why not? Could you imagine the snow and the wind? If we could get the frying pan tower, continue real quick.
So we were on the WMBF News live stream here this evening. It was interesting to watch. That's what I was just watching here as I'm sitting here.
Any questions, let us know. We got a good amount of you on here. 8 o'clock. Caitlin said, "What do you see coming for side to see horseback?" I love 4 to 8 for you, and I think 6 plus. I slid it higher than.
Interesting. All right, let's get back on the road. Gotta get some video. Gotta get my obligatory videos of the sky wheel. Gotta have that. Get a couple shots of the sky wheel here. Everybody staying warm because it's cold. Oh, my seatbelt warning. My seatbelt warning. Stream's looking great. Got ABC 15 here. Got Fox weather, I believe. See those palm trees blowing? A little bit of wind here this evening. It's not overly bad right now. We'll get a couple gusts here and there. Hey guys, while we're live here on Facebook and YouTube, I don't do a whole lot of posts on social media other than X. So if you want to see the pictures and things that we're posting, go over to X. That will be the best place to kind of see what's going on as far as videos and photos that I'm posting out. But the live stream here will show you exactly what we're dealing with on the roadways. Rick says, not putting you folks down, but a few inches of snow is easy to navigate in Ohio. Yeah, sure. Absolutely. I agree with you. But you also have a lot more resources available than we do down here. But yes, it is. I mean, and I'm not having a hard time getting around town at all. But there are a lot of people who are. So we're going to keep them aware and let them know what's going on. All right, let's get on the road. We're going to be chasing some bands here. I'm going to move up north just a little bit further. Trying to get my phone to charge here. Let's see here. Watching from Kentucky. Visit there twice a year. Well, Jeff and Mary. Thanks for tuning in and watching Myrtle Beach Aware live from Kentucky. Awesome to see you guys. Thank you for your support and tuning in tonight. Snow's definitely blowing around here down on the beach. We'll see some drifting snow here. That might not be a foreign word to some of you that moved down here from up north and from other areas of the country where you see a lot of drifting snow. When you get this light powdery snow, it likes to blow with the wind. So drifting may be an issue over the next 12, 24 hours as we still have these gusty winds blowing. Pretty calm right now. The trees aren't really moving much. We still have this band of snow with that mesoscale discussion still on. We can see when that, let's see, when does that mesoscale discussion expire? It expires in 2 hours, so still looking at that mesoscale discussion there for heavy snow. They were calling for rates of 1 inch per hour, so definitely something to keep an eye on there as we see some of these heavier bands. We're going to put the radar in motion here and just kind of check out what's going on around the area. Looks like dry air's taking over just a little bit. There's some dry air wrapping it around the back side of this thing. But still got some heavy snow falling here in Myrtle Beach. A lot of sirens going on around town tonight. Jeff and Mary said they can't wait to be here in July. It'll probably be much warmer in July than what we're seeing right now. Turn my windshield wipers off because my brother told me they were annoying him. What do we got? A comment here. Let's pull over and read this comment real quick. Nicole Sparks says, in Trinity, North Carolina, right now with the same storm that you're getting now, we have 12 inches and it's still going. Planning to stop around 7 in the morning. Y'all be careful. Yeah, you guys be careful too. You got some crazy, wicked amounts of snow falling up there. I don't think we're going to see quite that much here, but if this dry air continues to funnel in, I don't know what's going to happen here. But we're going to enjoy what snow we do get, that's for sure. Like we got another disabled vehicle here. Chasing winter storms is nothing like chasing severe weather, I'll tell you that much. But it's a time to relax a little bit. Nothing like chasing. Man, is it cold here in Myrtle Beach. I'm gonna go check on some of these areas that's just been pounded and pounded here for the last couple hours. Smart to be driving with your lights off. Hey, I love my wife. She's constantly updating me with photos and videos to put out on social media while I'm out here doing what I'm doing, trying to show you guys what's going on. You can see the roads are covered. My kids are making snow angels in the backyard. Crazy kids. You know, I sacrifice a lot to come out here and do this. You know, this evening we got started a little bit late, and that was purely because I wasn't going to be selfish and take that away from my kids, because this is the first time they've seen snow actually falling from the sky. And I knew it was important to make sure that I was there with them to witness that for the first time. Just posting stuff out here on Twitter right now, or X, whatever you want to call it. Maybe I'll do a post on Facebook. What I'm going to do is I'm going to make my way up towards the North Myrtle Beach area. There's some heavy snow working its way through there, just as much as it is here. I think where you see that mesoscale discussion is really going to be where the major impacts of what I was forecasting as far as accumulations go. And that does, we can pull that up on the radar here. This mesoscale discussion is where I'm looking at for the majority of the snowfall ranges meeting what I originally stated of that 4 to 8 inches locally higher amounts in some areas. But you can see here we've got some pretty heavy snowfall falling right about where we're at, 21 dBz. A little bit lighter. We got some snow falling up here, North Myrtle Beach. And we're gonna see those bands of snow. I think, like I said, this area here is gonna be our area of interest. And we'll just draw a green circle around that for go. And that's gonna be where we're gonna be seeing those chances increase here to meet our expectations. So Carolina Forest is in that as well. So looking really, really good. We do have a little bit of what looks like dry air moving in below here, but this is the storm as it's going to start working out. So we're going to see a little bit of dry air funnel in, but we're not out of the woods yet on this. Turn off the composite. And we'll switch to the Myrtle Beach radar, and you can see nothing really changes as far as the overall radar there. So I'm going to head north just a little bit, but I'm also going to take a second here and do a social media post on Facebook. All right, so we're going to head up the road here towards the North Myrtle Beach. Got my wife on a task. I sent her on a task to get some snow total measurements so far this evening. So I'm curious to see what that comes back to be here. We got the snowboard out in the front yard, rocking and rolling, catching snow. So we're able to get some accurate measurements there in Carolina Forest. Had to get a little drink here, and we will get back on the road. All right, we're gonna head back towards the North Myrtle Beach area. I don't know if you can hear the scanner feed running, but got that up and running as well for Horry County. Small layer of ice there on the road here on Ocean Boulevard. Right around 71st Avenue. We're gonna head out here to 17. Got a red light burned out. So far right now, no major impacts as far as infrastructure or anything. The roads are covered, but not terrible travel. Dangerous, but not terrible to get around. Visibility is a little bit better than it was like 2 hours ago. It was terrible. As we move a little bit further north here, we're starting to feel some of those wind gusts. Overall, not going to be no hurricane force, tropical storm force winds here. But as you go up the coast to Nags Head, those areas of North Carolina are seeing some near blizzard or, if not, blizzard conditions in a lot of those areas. So it's been been a crazy afternoon, crazy night watching a lot of that stuff. Michael asks, what road am I driving on? Right now I'm on 17 heading towards North Myrtle Beach. Coming out of Myrtle Beach and heading towards North Myrtle. So far we've seen one accident tonight and then one disabled vehicle there on Ocean Boulevard. So overall, not too bad. People are doing a good job of being careful if they have to be out and about. But we're starting to get a little bit later in the evening, so you're going to see less and less traffic. I know where you're at on 17 going north. Yes, sir. Little blustery up here. Right now I'm like Restaurant Row, passing thoroughbreds, those areas. Based on what I'm seeing up here in North Myrtle Beach, I think this is going to be one of those areas where we definitely are hitting our target accumulations for sure. Starbucks is closed, folks. Figure out what's going on with my light. Okay. It is blustery cold up here in North Myrtle Beach. I'll tell you that much. The wind is blowing. You can see the snow just a blowing. I'm going to get out and do some video here and some photos. Well, I've got the opportunity. Oh, it's blowing out there. You can see here down on the ground we've got pretty good amount of snow falling. I didn't get my tape measure out to measure it, but it looks to be probably about 2 inches. Probably about 2 inches. So. What's everybody up to? Anybody got any good shows going on right now? What are we binge watching tonight? Anything good? Drop it in the comments. Need to find some good new shows to watch. Very little service right here. You know, I work so hard on this crap. It's just so much to do to try and keep things rolling all night long. And you notice that you miss things or things aren't the way I want them to be. But nothing's going to be perfect. It's not like chasing severe thunderstorms. There's a lot going on. Man, it's cold. All right, let's hit the road again. My seatbelt's yelling at me here. I'm getting there. Shannon says, "Boy, you can't be that cold. You're from the north. Suck it up, big boy." Oh, I know. It's definitely colder on Christmas Eve up there in Pennsylvania, for sure. When that wind, man, that wind just digs right through you. It's tough. Hopefully everybody's enjoying hanging out with me tonight. I know it's not severe thunderstorms and shelf clouds and crazy wind, but it's a little more relaxing. Winter storms are fun. And I'll tell you what I have to do. I need to pull over. I need to knock that snow off that I can hear on my tire. That's going to drive me crazy. Snow on my tire and my wheel well. It's driving me crazy. I can hear it. Oh, look. Gas prices, $2.37 must be the cash price. There we go. Get all the snow out of our wheel well. Not going to drive me as nuts anymore. You could hear it. It was crazy. Don't like weird sounds. They drive me nuts. Wind chills now. Right now, Myrtle Beach 9, North Myrtle Beach 11. Told you it felt cold out here. Y'all don't believe me when I tell you. It's freaking cold. Tell you what, I'm still convinced that I love this car. I didn't go with the all-wheel drive version, but now I really don't regret not doing that because front-wheel drive, this thing does just fine. And I really don't have a need for all-wheel drive chasing severe storms. That one time a year we get some snow, I haven't had a problem with it. I want to thank everybody who's tipped me tonight for my coverage. We're always raising funds to keep Myrtle Beach Aware going. If you'd like to contribute to what we're doing for the community, there's a post on our page for our PayPal, and then Venmo is at MBAwareWX. Any amounts help. All the money we raised last week during our chase was invested into getting the 24-hour live coverage improved. So we made some improvements to that, and that 24-hour live stream will start running here again. So we appreciate the support for that. That helped out tremendously. We don't have a big giant network behind us with unlimited funds. This is just something I do out of the kindness of my heart because I love weather and I like to keep people aware of what's going on around town and what's coming. So thank you for those of you that support us and help us out. And support, by support, I don't even just mean financially, I mean all around, sharing our content, being a part of the chases with us, and putting your trust in me to make sure that I'm forecasting what needs to be forecast and not overhyping something and telling you the truth. Still very heavy snowfall falling up here in North Myrtle Beach. I still believe we'll get to that at least 4-inch mark. It's what I was trying to explain to people last night and the nights prior, that this was an extremely hard storm to really forecast accumulations. We knew the snow was going to be here. We knew that it was going to be heavy at times. But the problem with this is these bands, and then how much dry air is going to mix into the system and come in on the back side of this. And there's a lot of factors that really kept us being conservative on our accumulation totals. And I felt like I was being pretty conservative. I really didn't jump the gun on that until about Friday. And I think we'll get pretty close to that. At least the 4-inch mark, which is fine by me. It's snow on the ground. I don't need a monstrous amount of snow to make me happy. I'm happy with this right here. But I felt like I was pretty conservative, and I hope that that builds trust with you guys. You know, I mean, notoriety is important in this industry when you have so many guys out there hyping things up that shouldn't be hyped up, and posting false one-off model runs and various things. So, you know, we really make sure that, you know, I'm as accurate as possible. So thank you. Thank you for your support. And thank you for trusting me and believing me and watching and hanging out with me, tagging along on tonight's drive around town. Sometimes I'm on here, I feel like I'm talking to myself, but that's okay. North Myrtle Beach is like a ghost town. Coming up on Cherry Grove. A little bit of blowing snow here coming across this Ocean Boulevard here, going up into Cherry Grove. It's pretty open in between these houses that are built right on the beach, so you get a lot of that wind was coming in off the coast and blowing some snow a little bit. So the snow on the roadway is a little bit deeper. Do a recording here so I can post it out on social media. We're here in live in the storm tracker heading up through Cherry Grove right now. As you can see, the snow is covering the roadways. We got a pretty good amount of snow here, and I think that on the roadway here at least has a lot to do with the blowing, some wind gusts and stuff blowing the snow. You can see that snow's pretty much blowing sideways at this point. Not a ton of wind, but you are getting some gusts here and there that are able to blow this fresh powdery snow all the way around. So overall, not a bad travel here. It's very dangerous if you don't know what you're doing, but I would recommend you stay home and enjoy it from the screen here. So we're live right now on Facebook and YouTube, so come on and hang out with us. Tag along. At the point in Cherry Grove, I haven't made it that far. I'm not too far from there, but you can see that wind blowing here across the street. I'm gonna find a place to pull over here so I can upload that video to social media real quick. Bad travel here. I'm live right now on Facebook and YouTube, so come on and hang out with us. Sorry, I'm turning off that audio so you don't get it. You can really see that snow blowing across the road every time the wind blows. We can take a look at radar right now. Here's what we're looking at so far. Got some heavy bands working in near Sunset Beach, Oak Island, Myrtle Beach. There's some heavier snow moving through the Conway, Myrtle Beach area. Just south of me right now, which we're going to get up here a little bit further. We're going to turn around and start heading back towards that area. Just kind of moving around here. Let's pull up the composite here and see what that looks like as far as any of these other bands that want to kind of work their way through. I'm going to set this in motion here real quick and see. What that looks like. Looks like we got some more a little bit more snow out here off the coast that's trying to build here. So I think we're fighting a little bit of dry air, but look at all that lightning out off the coast. You see all that lightning? It's amazing. We got snow here on the coast and lightning out off the beaches. Not too far from here. So very interesting. Still blustery, blowing snow up here. Good old Bolanos. See the snow blowing off the rooftops. It's on fire tonight. Oh, that was a big wind gust up here at the Cherry Grove Pier. See that snow blowing across the roads here. No snow on the roadway right here because of blowing. So blowing and drifting snow is going to be an issue right here along the coast. For sure. We're already seeing it now. It's a ghost town up here. Everybody's heeding the warnings and staying inside. Except for me. But somebody's got to report on this, right? Somebody's got to bring you what's going on out here. I'm going to say we've probably almost met our forecasted accumulation up here in Cherry Grove. Pretty well convinced. But with the blowing, it's going to make it really hard to get accurate measurements. Shannon, I'm making my way up to the point up here at Cherry Grove to take a look at what it looks like for you. While I'm here, might as well look. It's a good thing I don't need my GPS tonight because right now it's showing us in the middle of the ocean. Good bit of snow on the roadways up here. A lot of that's from blowing and gusting snow. It is blowing.
Carolina Fort. As you can see, we have too much road conditions right now, and everything is snow covered up to 4 inches in our neighborhood so far. I've not checked the backyard yet. Again, could be different. But if you guys please stay off the road, you don't need to be going out on these roads. They're treacherous conditions right now. Just stay off.
My wife is funny. She's recording videos.
Just stay home. Be safe and be happy.
Oh, that's getting posted. Oh, yeah, my seatbelt alarm's gonna drive everybody crazy. Where is this? Joanne Beck says, I am in Cherry Grove right now. At the point in Cherry Grove, to be exact. South Carolina, that is. Right now, I'm just updating some social media stuff. Roughly 4 inches of snow in Clear Pond right now. Slow traveling. Oh, there's a bird. The birds are loving it. Well, we've met the low end of our forecasted 4 inches right in Carolina Forest. So we're right on point here with this storm. It's definitely verifying. We're just posting some social media stuff here. You can see that snow blowing across the roadway here. I lost my hat. There it is. Demon Sharp, be safe, brother. Keep up the great coverage. Thanks, man. Just doing what I do best. Sit on live, talk to myself, drive around town. Seeing if we can get some of this moisture to build in off the coast a little bit more. think that might be a TikTok worthy video of my wife. If you haven't seen that video, go over to our Facebook page. I just put it on there. It's freaking hilarious. If anybody's hiring a field reporter, Stephanie Houston. Alright. David Sharp, wonder how bad the icing is going to get. Nah, I don't see it getting bad. I mean, snow. Light powdery snow. Now, over the next couple days, as we get some ice melt, hopefully temperatures are going to stay low enough that we don't really see a whole lot of that refreezing because of a lot of melt. But we'll see. Sure, obviously we're going to see some thawing and everything occurring, but I don't foresee it being a major issue as of right now. But we are going to be experiencing some freezing cold temperatures over the next couple days. So hopefully that'll keep temperatures low enough that the snow will stick around for a couple days so we can enjoy it. But the roads are going to be treacherous, that's for sure. It is definitely going to refreeze on the roads for sure. I highly doubt we'll see the kids go back to school probably until Wednesday, maybe longer. It's hard to say. Right now, I'm just chasing bands of snow. That's all I'm doing. I'm gonna have to stop and knock my windshield wipers off. Unless I can reach them, I might be able to. Slightly. Snow is definitely blowing up here, Cherry Grove. You can see visibility's pretty low here with all that blowing snow coming across the road. There's literally, the snow's blowing so much right here that there's literally no snow on the road, period. You guys can just see just how hard the wind's blowing up here, just gusting through these buildings. The Buena Vista Plaza up here, Cherry Grove. You can see it swirling. Winds are gusty here.
This is First Alert Live, and at the camera so we can see us at least. Good morning,
All right,
good
we're
afternoon.
here.
It's 10:01.
It's basically good night at this rate.
First Alert Live, obviously, we're getting ready for the 11. Team coverage continues. All 5 meteorologists still working here. And I really just, even before we hop into the nitty gritty here, I want to just take a look at Myrtle Beach earlier. This is one of our local storm chasers. There's a live look as he is driving through.
It's the US 17. If
US
I'm
17.
wrong, I apologize, but you can also just see on this live stream how bad those conditions on the roadways are really starting to get. It's really your best bet to stay off of the roadways.
Yeah.
And if you are having to go somewhere, maybe you have to go to work tonight, just really take it easy because, again, you can see that accumulation on the roads, and slick spots definitely going to become an issue.
Well, and I think also, too, as we mentioned that, like, can't say it enough that we are going to be talking about getting a little bit of a wet.
Thank you guys for bearing with me as I stop to do social media posts. That's one thing that I can't avoid. Not everybody watches the live streams, so we post that content out for people to see as well. I always encourage everybody to watch the live streams or follow us over on X, Twitter, whatever, so that way you can see live updates. That's really the only places that we post a lot of that. I want to thank WMBF First Alert Weather for being a supporter of what I'm doing here. They realize, we're not competing, we're not competitors, we're all working together for the greater cause, and that's to be the most accurate forecast and storm chasing teams on the Grand Strand, and I couldn't pick a better group of people to partner with on that. Jamie and Jenna and Jace over there, you know, all of those guys, the whole team has been wonderful, inviting me to events, and collaborating on a lot of different things. So they've been using my footage tonight on their live streams, and they have access to my dash cam, so they can watch the dash cam and check in as often as they want and use it for whatever they want. But that's really why I created this, to partner with these local news services and be a person on the streets for them. Because ultimately, I don't do this for money. I do it to keep people aware, and they have the reach. So if they can share what I'm posting, that means everything to me. But thank you to Andrew and Jamie and Jenna over there for being awesome supporters. Looks like a snowplow came through here. So, proof we do have plows in South Carolina. You can see it. There's a clear path. You know, it's awesome that you scroll through and you start looking at people who view your content, and I've got senators, representatives of the state of South Carolina watching my stuff, and it just makes me feel good. I'm making a difference. Check out the blowing snow here. We're gonna stop here at the Bolanos gas station lot here. Real quick. I'll upload a couple pieces of footage here. Anybody have any questions? Want to know anything? What's going on? leave your comments in the chat. I'll get to them as I can. Leave your comments in the chat. I'll get to them as I can. We're in a blizzard, somebody comments. That's great. I love it. This is why I do what I do. We're heading out to the snow in the old front-wheel drive sleigh, as Clark says. Am I using windshield washer fluid? I thought it would freeze over these kind of temps. It's got antifreeze in it, too. I don't have to use it too much until I stop. When I'm driving, I don't really need the windshield wipers too much. It's when I stop. Right now we're heading back towards 17, Little River right now. It's right there by the swing bridge. Snow's starting to settle down a little bit here. Looks like a lot of the majority of the snow moved out of the Carolina Forest area, at least what's showing up on radar. Can't rule out some light snow there. So far, I'm going to say, without measuring, Cherry Grove takes the win here as far as the Grand Strand on snow totals, but we're going to head back down towards Myrtle Beach and check on things down there. It looks like the snow's winding down a little bit there in Myrtle Beach, so Hannah asks how the roads are compared to wet snow that we're used to. You know, the dry snow makes it a little bit easier for travel. However, they did pre-treat the road, so you did have a little bit of melt before these really cold temperatures started moving in overnight. So we do have a layer of ice underneath of there. So really, it's very similar as far as starting and stopping. Once you're going, you're fine. It's the starting and stopping. So you want to give yourself some extra time. But other than that, compared to, I mean, there's really a similar comparison between the wet snow that we're used to and this dry, powdery snow. The biggest issue I'm seeing tonight for most of this area is the gusty winds coming in. Number one, it's driving temperatures down. We're getting a hard freeze. Number two, it's blowing this powdery snow all over the place. So you're seeing those minor snow drifts and blowing snow. So that adds to the accumulation on the roads as well. But overall, it's not too bad. Yeah, so Hannah says the wind in Carolina forest seemed to pick up, but the snow isn't falling quite as much anymore, and it's just blowing around. Yeah, that's what we're going to see a lot of here as we go through the rest of the night. Things are going to start to wind down a little bit as far as snow goes, but we will see it blowing, and wind chills are going to become a major factor. It's already a major factor here as we're out and about right now. I mean, every time I get out of this car, it's cold. Very gusty winds. Still snowing pretty decent here in North Myrtle. Definitely slowed down compared to what it was, say 30, 40 minutes ago, but slowing down. There's current radar right there. We can leave that up for a little bit here. But I'm happy to report that we've hit our mark. I was conservative on totals. I didn't see us, you've seen some models going up to that 12 inches. Yeah, further north, sure, along the beaches up there, I can see 12 inches of snow. Even out in towards the Charlotte, North Carolina, the Greenville, South Carolina areas, Columbia even was in that mix of seeing possibly a foot. I'd be curious to see what the total numbers come out to be tomorrow. But here along the Grand Strand, I was pretty confident in that 4 to 8 inch mark, and we hit that mark for sure. I don't even have to get out to measure that. Number one, I already know in Carolina Forest, at least we hit it. So another round, I don't foresee another round. We may see some snow showers and things move through as we get in towards daybreak. But this heavy snow is what we were talking about, these bands of heavy snow, and that's what we forecasted. So this is what we're getting, but we dumped a lot of snow in a very, very short amount of time. So we can be grateful that it didn't continue, because we could see very large numbers of snow very quickly. So And tomorrow we'll be out and about getting a bunch of pictures and videos of everything in the daylight hours, keeping track of road conditions and things. I will definitely have my kids with me on that one and my wife. So the kids will be screaming and talking in the background, but we're just going to have to deal with it. This is a family venture here, so we do things together in this family. So the only reason they're not out with me tonight is, number one, they're young and have to be in bed, and my wife has to be there to watch them. As they get older, I definitely see things changing. And it's a little dangerous to be having young kids out driving around in the middle of the night in a snowstorm. But snow is still falling here in North Myrtle Beach, the north end of Myrtle Beach. It's not over quite yet. Still snowing out there in Florence, Columbia area. So we're going to see accumulations to continue. Oh, my kids are going to love it. They're going to freaking lose their minds. They already lost their mind tonight because shy of being at Great Wolf Lodge, where they blow the snow machines off, this is the first time in their lives they've ever seen snow actually falling. Last year, the snow started in Carolina Forest after bedtime. So, our kids are very scheduled. So, we weren't about to try and keep them up because they would have been miserable. So, we put them to bed. The next morning they woke up and there was snow on the ground. They never got to see how it happened. And so, tonight, and that's why I got a late start on the stream tonight, because we wanted to take them and show them what this winter storm stuff is all about. Because I'm going to be honest, they're not going to see many of them. We're very, very lucky that we're getting 2 in a row. Almost to the year, 2 in a row. So it's pretty exciting. But we're family first here. I mean, I keep you guys aware, and I make a lot of sacrifices to do what I'm doing, and take time away from home, and still work a full-time job, own my own business at the same time as well, and run all of this. So it's a lot of sacrifice, and I'm just glad I have a super supportive wife. We're going to stop here at the refuel. We got some DOT plow trucks. I'm going to show everybody that we do have plow trucks here. We just don't have many of them. Look at this. Cha-ching. Hello to the plow trucks. We're going to get some video. Got the plow trucks heading out. These guys are working around the clock here to keep the roads clear and travelable. I took a video. I'm going to tag them out here. And all the videos that I'm taking tonight, we will put together some montages of clips. Throughout the day tomorrow and the next couple days. But they're clearing a path for me. Soon time for another drink. I am thirsty. I'll tell you that much. It might be Dr. Pepper time. It's time for a Dr. Pepper. We got a green light. Chasing winter weather is a little bit more boring, one might think. But, I mean, boring for y'all watching. I'm having fun. I enjoy every second of any time I get to get in the storm tracker car and make my friends at Detailed Electrical proud. So the plow trucks will clear 501 and Carolina Forest Boulevard eventually. got a little bit more snow up here towards the border, so the plow driver I was talking to said his main focus right now is getting those roads cleared up a little bit before they start moving south. But he said his route now is taking him south, so they're gonna start clearing things up, moving south now. So 501 is gonna be obviously a major throughway, so that's gonna be priority. But it may be midday, maybe a little bit later, till we get everything cleared up. And the side roads, forget about it. It's going to be a little while. He said some areas up there by the border, North Carolina, South Carolina border, he said he was spinning trying to plow. So they got a little bit of snow up there. Another round of heavy snow here. Working back towards Myrtle Beach, we got a little band of snow working in. I'm right up here by Bass Pro Shops. And what's that new restaurant they're putting in there? The Guy Fieri. Kind of excited for that place to open, actually. Not gonna lie. Anna asked if I have a degree for this. I was wanting to self-teach and create an online platform, possibly. Is that possible without going to actual school? Look, I'm 100% self-taught. I don't have a degree. I just have a passion for weather and a passion for learning. And I've spent my entire life learning as much as I could about storms. And I spent the majority of my young days terrified of storms. And that's what made me want to learn about them so much. And so I had that passion. You know, my being terrified of storms made me want to learn why I was so terrified of them and what makes them happen. And so I got really into weather. And when I moved down here to Myrtle Beach, I had noticed a major disconnect between the National Weather Service and the information that was being provided on broadcast television. And that's not because broadcast television wasn't doing their job. The problem is the news broadcasts only run for certain hours of the day. And my thoughts were, well, what's happening the other, 20 or 18 hours a day that the news isn't running? And, if I can give you guys during the summertime an hour or more advance notice of strong storms moving through that I have video footage of and live streaming footage of, wouldn't that be beneficial? So that's kind of what really made me want to do this. And I would post things on my private Facebook about forecasts. There's more DOT guys. But I would put my own private forecasts on for hurricanes and track hurricanes, and people, my friends were like, man, you're pretty dang accurate. You know what you're doing, and you know what you're talking about. You should create a page. And I said, yeah, okay, whatever. So I created Myrtle Beach Aware, and just kind of as a joke, really, and now close to 10,000 followers, and we're out here helping local news teams and making a difference in the community. So, no, I don't have a degree. I just took the time to learn it. But I get all of my information, models are real model data, National Weather Service forecasts, and then I formulate my own opinions as well, my own forecasts, and so far I'm doing pretty dang good. I've been spot on with both of these storms so far, the one last year and the one this year, as well as hurricanes and tropical storms too. So I'm batting 1,000 on that. So not to toot my own horn, but pretty proud of myself. I don't know if you guys have seen the few snow-nados on the camera. Every now and then you get a wind gust and it swirls across the road. Pretty interesting. I guess they're calling this the snow-cane. Well, I'm glad I can teach you something. I'm glad people can find what I'm trying to do informative. These nights like this is just a whole lot of driving around. But I'm able to show people, and even like back with the wildfires and in Carolina Forest and things like that, the police department was grateful that I was broadcasting because so many people were watching. And every person that watched that stream, it kept them from being out there in the public and getting in the way. Driving their cars around when fire trucks were trying to get through. There was a lot of really helpful things there that just one live stream did. And I was pretty happy that I was able to provide some kind of support. So, there's a lot goes into this, and there's a lot of good things that can happen from it. That's all I look at. Significant more snow has fallen in Myrtle Beach since I went to North Myrtle Beach, so. But all in all, it's fun. This is fun. And I'm just glad to be able to give my kids something that they can say, hey, look, I'm proud of my dad. Proud of what he does for the community. He serves the community. And I want to teach them to be there for other people and not just themselves. I feel like I'm hopefully making an impact in their lives doing what I'm doing. That's why I really push to make this a family organization, I guess you can call it. But the naysayers for this storm, I saw a comment earlier, somebody's like, I'm still waiting on the ice they promised last weekend. first of all, I don't know who you're watching, but none of us promised you any ice. We said there was a chance that we could see a glaze to a tenth of an inch here along the Grand Strand, and that's exactly what we got, a glaze. So we were on the lower end of that. But here we are. I saw a couple people say, I'll believe it when I see it. Well, open your eyes. The snow's here. It does happen. Believe it or not, it snows at the beach. I hope they make it a generational achievement. Maybe one of them will actually go on to become a meteorologist. They're both smart enough. I don't know what it is the past 2 weekends here. My GPS is all kinds of confused. I'm on 17 and I'm driving. My GPS, according to my GPS, I'm driving in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean right now. Well, that's the problem with social media, though. I know they were watching, meteorologists from northern portions of the state as well, but, uh, you know, the problem with social media is there's so many people out there that do this for clicks, man. They're getting rich off of providing you guys with false information. And if only if my organization could make the money that these guys are making for actually giving you the truth, just think of all the good we could do in this town. This isn't the end all be all of Myrtle Beach Aware is not. This isn't exactly what I have envisioned for all of this. Not only do I want to be there before the storm, during the storm, but I want this organization to be there after the storm and provide disaster relief and recovery locally. So that's coming. Things are in the works there for that as well. So, forming our nonprofit and getting my board members in order and making that happen, that's not too far down the road. I've got interest in the board for that. So that's not too far down the road. So just the problem. Social media destroys everything. I need it so much to keep doing what I'm doing, but yet the other people that aren't doing this for the right reasons are destroying it. And it's a double-edged sword. Sometimes I hate social media. I'll tell you what, though, the next vehicle we buy for Myrtle Beach Aware is going to be like something big, like a 2500 pickup with some more interior room. Unless I can convince Sparks Toyota to go in on a Tundra for me. This car's great and I love it, but it's a little small on the interior. Especially when I'm got my little ones tagging along. 3 car seats don't fit very well in the back of this thing. Yeah, a lot of these guys. And it's funny to watch some of these meteorologists because they're like act like they're competing. Like you're not competing with anybody. Just give me the dang forecast. Tell the people what's going on. Who cares? As long as you're semi close. There's gonna be a lot of times that I'm wrong. There's gonna be a lot of times that other guys are wrong. But at least we're close. No one's asking for a meteorologist or a forecaster to be perfect. You're not going to get it perfect every time, especially storms like this. In this particular case, we had two areas of low pressure basically fighting with each other, and that's why we got that dry slot in between both areas of low pressure. So you had your upper level disturbance working its way in on the western portions of the state, circling like a bowling ball effect down and boomeranging around South Carolina to eventually meet up with that second area of low pressure, and that's what we're getting now. But you had winds totally fighting each other and just creating a total dry pocket. And poor Raleigh, I mean, they sat all day while everybody else around them was getting hammered. And finally, they got some snow. And that's going to keep their accumulation totals a lot lower than, say, Winston-Salem, North Carolina, or the eastern portions of North Carolina, even compared to here. You're not always going to get it right, and nobody's competing with anybody. If we all work together, the world would be a better place. But the problem is you bring big networks into things, and obviously big networks make their money based on ratings and sponsors, and there's a lot of factors that go into that. So you end up getting that competition a little bit because you're fighting for those ratings. But I know some guys around here that I work very close with that don't care about those ratings. They just care about being accurate and being timely. And that's why I partner so close with them. I'll hop down here onto Ocean Boulevard. Right now we're at like 29th Avenue. We're about 5 inches of snow in Carolina Forest right now. You can see the winds have picked up here in Myrtle Beach now. Starting to see some of that blowing. About an hour later, another inch there in Carolina Forest. I'll be honest with you though, driving in the snow is so much, like, just so pleasing. But the snow is going to come to an end, and we're going to be battling these frigid wind chills. Just extreme, extreme cold. for the next couple days. We're just gonna let this snow kind of linger around. Yeah, I mean it's gonna linger. It's gonna linger around through Monday, Tuesday, but I think it looks to me tonight like the DOT's got a pretty solid plan. They got a bunch of people. They got a bunch of trucks out, so I think we're gonna see roads clear up a lot faster than we think. But they're gonna refreeze. A lot of the snow blew off of Ocean Boulevard. I never really kind of figured we were gonna see some of those extreme numbers that you were seeing on some of those. Some of those model runs were like 16 inches of snow. Holy cow. Stop here and get a couple videos and photos here. I mean, tonight was actually a really good night. I got to meet one of my favorite chasers from the Weather Channel. I mean, Jim Cantori's a good guy, but he gets to come to Myrtle Beach fairly often. And I got to see my friends from Fox Weather, which were sitting here at the Skywheel. They're probably still. They might have. They may have pulled out and moved a little bit further up north. Yeah. It's pretty to watch that snow blow off those palm trees, though. Looks like the cops are having fun. I don't know if you can see that on the camera. I hope not. We'll pull that out when this goes recorded. A sheet of ice. Ocean Boulevard is just a sheet of ice. You know, in my headline, I have possible historical snowfall, but I think anytime it snows in Myrtle Beach is historic. To be honest with you. Check out down here at the Second Avenue Pier. We'll see what the beach looks like. What's the ocean look like here? Waves are crashing. Not too much though. It's pretty calm. The ocean's pretty calm tonight. Couple inches of snow on the parking lot here, the Second Avenue Pier. That radar there, so you can see the radar. start this radar here. Play. There we go. See if I can get that to go away. Not what I wanted. There we go. Yeah, you can see we still got some bands building in. Some more heavy snow over the next couple hours here, moving into the Myrtle Beach area. So we're expecting to see those accumulations continue. And this little bout, let's bring this up here. We'll pull just the radar up on the screen. We'll take a look at, back this out a little bit. Go away, there we go. Back that out a little bit here. And you see we've got this onshore flow of bands working their way onshore, and that's going to push into the Carolina Forest, Myrtle Beach area as well. So, little tiny bit of a dry slot right here in between, another one here, but they look like they're filling in a little bit as it gets a little bit closer to shore. So, still some more snow moving its way in towards the beach. So we're going to keep a close eye on that as we go through the rest of the next couple hours. You know what's really funny is watching these comments online. Our weather's being manipulated. It's funny. Reed Timmer Storm Chasers posted a pretty awesome video about 5 hours ago near Jacksonville, North Carolina. Just whiteout blizzard conditions. So not too far up the road. It's pretty impressive. Time to keep moving. Can't sit too long. Got the police department here on Ocean Boulevard. Got something going on here at the Homewood Suites. On a scooter. One of those electric scooters just cruising along. Winds are whipping across Ocean Boulevard here. It's nice to see people out having fun. Guess there's some power outages up in North Myrtle Beach area. Take a look at those bands working their way in yet again. Very heavy snow moving in towards the Oak Island area. But still coming down here in Myrtle Beach. I'm going to scoot just north here on 17. And then find a place to pull over so I can knock my wheel wells out. They're covered in snow again. Like these guys. Spun out a little bit. Wrecked into the bushes. Y'all good?
Top tire.
Ah,
Rim broke and everything.
jeez.
I don't even know what to do right at this moment.
I would recommend calling it in.
Calling it in.
Yep, just call the non-emergency line.
Call the
Just
non-emergency line.
just Google it, non-emergency, Myrtle Beach non-emergency line, and just let them know. That way you're a little bit safer than sitting in the middle of the road. So,
I appreciate that.
all right, man, no
Thank you
problem.
so much.
Have a good one.
Appreciate you.
Yes, sir. It's like those guys spun out a little bit, popped a tire. No fun. Twitter X page is going crazy tonight. Normally it's the YouTube. Back to heavy snow falling here. on 17. Another round of moderate to heavy snowfall is falling here in Myrtle Beach. I'm on Highway 17, going north towards North Myrtle Beach. Got a band of snow working its way in right now, as you can see here on the radar. This heavy snow bands are starting to work their way in off the coast yet again this evening for another round here of accumulating snowfall. So we're going to keep a close eye on it. We're live on Facebook and YouTube, so head on over and tag along with us. You stay safe, and I'll make sure you stay aware. Look at this guy on his scooter. Unreal. You never know what you're going to see at Myrtle Beach. Another round of heavy snowfall here in Myrtle Beach, heading up Highway 17 towards North Myrtle Beach. I just recorded a video live here. I'm going to get that posted out real quick. As I'm pulled over, taking a little bit of a break here. What's everybody up to tonight? It's been pretty quiet lately. Another round of for a video. It is snowing like crazy here in Myrtle Beach right now. Ah. Oh my goodness, is it cold? All right. Hopefully some more people will join us here tonight. I think everybody's in bed sleeping, cuddled tightly in their blankets. Snowing pretty good right now. We've called 911 once tonight for a crash where the car was right in the middle of the road. The person just left. Just car's still running in the middle of the road, just walks away. It's amazing. Bands of snow continue to pound us here along the coast. I'm going to try and pull over here at the 7-Eleven and clean my windshield wipers off. That was a big bump. Try and clean the snow off my windshield wipers here. Here we go. Get that snow off of our windshield. And out of my wheel well so I stop hearing the grinding sound of the snow. A lot of snow coming down right now in Myrtle Beach. We're looking at this next band here that's moving through the area right now. I was concerned about those little dry pockets, but they're kind of filling in a little bit here. I mean, they're getting thinner, but there's still a little bit of dry air wrapping in around there. But still, at this point, it's looking like it wants to close off yet again. So that dry air is probably going to fill in yet again here as the system starts lifting to the northeast over the next few hours. But we're still in it for the long haul here with some accumulating snow totals. We already have met our forecasted amounts. So things are really starting to get interesting as we move through the overnight hours here and towards the morning. I really wish this 7-Eleven was open. But that's okay. Ain't a whole lot of anything open right now. If you're just tuning in, I'd like to know where you're watching from. We are right between Briarcliff and Myrtle Beach here on 17. I stopped here at this 7-Eleven so I could clear my windshield off. It's getting a little icy. I haven't seen anybody in parking lots doing donuts yet, though. I was really looking forward to that. I hit that median when I was pulling in. snow's deep enough on the roads you can't see your medians, so we're doing pretty good with that. We're going to take a trip back up 17 yet again. We've got a little bit more snowfall on the road. A lot of this is blowing, though. I mean, we're getting a lot of blowing snow right now. This is very soft, powdery, light snow. Just wants to blow every time the wind gusts. So we're getting some blowing snow on the roadway. Can't avoid that. If I shoot my high beams on here, you can see the snowfall is still falling. Not quite as heavy as it was just about 10 minutes ago, but it's still a good pocket of heavy snow. Well, I got my Dr. Pepper. I'm happy. Watching from Conway, hoping to get another few inches. I think we could possibly manage that here before it's all said and done. Have you measured to see about what you have? I haven't been out to Conway this evening. But you can see 17 is blowing snow. We got snow drifts on the road. Very low visibility at this point. It's snowing pretty dang heavy right now between Myrtle Beach and North Myrtle. Lights flickering here at the Burger King. I don't know what that's all about. There had been reports of some power outages up here in North Myrtle. I haven't seen any areas yet that are without power, but it's not surprising. The amount of wind that's blowing right now with this system. Definitely wind gusts 20, 30 miles per hour. Hoping for a green light sometime today. I've been trying to get some snow measurements out here along the beaches, but it's a little too windy to be accurate. A lot of the snow's just blowing away. But it's definitely piling up. I have a feeling we will exceed what we did last year. I had 6 inches in Carolina Forest. I think we'll be past that. Maybe not by much, but I think we'll be past that. Especially the fact that that heavier snow is starting to work its way and kind of fill into the area again. There was an ambulance there. There was no way I was stopping. Too icy underneath that. Another round of moderate to It's absolutely gone crazy out here. Social media's freaking going nuts tonight. I wish I got this kind of engagement when we had severe thunderstorms. I do really well with engagement on hurricanes, snowstorms, stuff where I'm streaming for a long period of time. How are the roads out on 9 and Long's looking? Probably pretty bad. I'm trying to stay away from those secondary roads, only because my chase vehicle is only front-wheel drive. And I'm not struggling on the main roads, but those secondary roads and things out that way, kind of slowly avoiding, just to be safe. Not that I'm afraid really of getting stuck, but I also want to stay where I know my stream can sustain with the cell service. For a green light soon. The winds continue to whip here in North Myrtle Beach. Definitely blustery. Right now, I'm going to be heading towards the border, North Carolina, South Carolina border, up near the other end of Little River. Take a look around up there, see what's going on. That snowfall is continuing to fill in some of those dry areas. And looks like it wants to keep pounding us here. A little more as we go through the overnight here. I'm getting pretty tired of the red lights. Hope everybody's happy with their snowfall now. We waited a full year. We had a little bit of tease of some winter weather last weekend, which caused a major ice storm for many portions west. But now we're getting our chance here. We get our snow. Trying to see if I can find some of these power outages in North Myrtle. I didn't pull them up on the map. There's our friends from the South Carolina DOT. These guys have got a ton of work ahead of them to keep these roads open. I'm hoping we can beat our snow totals from last year. Like I said before, I had 6 inches of Carolina forest, so let's see if we can beat that this year. You guys want to take a look at the roads here? I know there's people asking about some of these secondary roads and things. Take a look at the roads here and probably multiply that by maybe 2 because DOT's not concerned about the secondary roads right now. The main roads are covered, the secondary roads are probably twice as bad. But if you stick with me for about 30 seconds, we'll have a Waffle House update. The Waffle House in North Myrtle Beach is still open. So good news for Waffle on the Waffle House front. Waffle House is still open. Not a whole lot of anything else open. Tyler says just measured 4.5 inches, averaged out in a few spots here. Perfect, and that's Conway. So about 4.5 inches in Conway, 4.5, 5 inches in Carolina Forest. Not bad. Not really moving much. Just taking a look at the radar. It's not moving a whole lot. Eventually, we'll start seeing this system move to the northeast, but hasn't shifted a whole bunch over the past 2 hours. Settling in for a wild night. Doesn't look like anybody's been up over the bridge here crossing the intracoastal waterway, Little River, in a little while. They got it salted pretty good though. At least on this lane. major spots right here. Bridges, overpasses. They did a good job of getting things pretty well salted. Where the plow lane is here. Not a whole lot of plowed roads up here in Little River. Kind of paving our own way up here. Pretty rough out there, to be honest with you. It is snowy. I don't want to get too far out of the realm of where they're plowing right now either. Whew! It is blistery cold. Just posting out a video there. We're gonna start heading back towards North Myrtle. Get away from some of this drifting snow. It's just a little too much drifting snow for me in a front-wheel drive Toyota. We'll leave that to the guys with the four-wheel drive. But the snow is deep here in Little River. Getting this heavy band working its way through. Just tuning in, I'm here in Little River, South Carolina. Got pretty decent drifting snow up here. It's a pretty heavy band of snow coming through right now. Snow's drifting and blowing across the roads. The roadways are extremely covered, especially as you get a little bit further north towards the North Carolina line. Pay really, really close attention to what you're doing. I'm heading back towards North Myrtle Beach, where I know they're doing a little bit of plowing, only because I'm in a front-wheel drive car. I did not opt for the all-wheel drive model, so I don't want to get myself in a situation where I'm stuck because of drifting snow. It's not so much the snow on the roads, it's the drifting snow that gets concerning. Don't want to get stuck in a snowdrift. There's no way up from being stuck in a snowdrift. It's all downhill from there. But if you're in the Little River area and you can get out and measure in a place where it's not completely blown over, send me those measurements. I'd like to know how much snow. I think I'm looking at 6 inches up here. At least. Yeah, we built this car for chasing severe weather, so not necessarily drifting snow. Woo! Things you never think you'll see in Myrtle Beach. But here we are. Winter storm of 2026. Heavy drifting snow. Blowing. I mean, it is snowing like crazy up here in Little River right now. Icy conditions may exist. At least that's what the sign says. Something tells me this bridge is not going to be salted as nice on this side as it was on the other side coming over. That might be. Big thing is just making sure you can get up onto the bridge, and then you take your time going down over the other side. Drifting snow out there. Get your blood pumping. I just posted a video to X a little bit ago, where you can see just how deep that snow was in that parking lot. I mean, we've got, close to blizzard conditions here. I mean, not that we need a blizzard warning or anything like that, but it's a blizzard as much as I've ever seen a blizzard, and I come from up north where we've had many blizzards. Abilities, maybe a quarter of a mile. The wind's definitely picked up. All I can tell you is I need to find a gas station that's open. Not a whole lot open right now. Even the cookout's closed. I may end up at the Waffle House to use their restroom. They will so generously allow me to. Tell you what, this car does not let me down. Struggling to get going. See if I can use the restroom at the Waffle House. Alright, so we're going to the gas station. Sleep in there. I don't think the Waffle House is getting too much business tonight. This guy's stuck over here. You want to give him a push? Let's go help this guy who's stuck. All right, another person unstuck this evening. But he left all kinds of plastic, didn't he? Yeah, he was sitting here at the intersection and he was struggling getting up the hill to start when the light turned green, and then he just slowly shimmied over this way. No, we got a couple more good heavy bands working their way through, so.
Yeah, the road definitely.
Now, Little River, forget it. I was up there. It's drifting so bad up through there.
Yeah,
Forget it.
it's dangerous.
Yeah, people need to just go home. Hey, man, no problem. Try and find ourselves a bathroom here real quick. And we'll be right back momentarily. Okay. Might be rough getting out of this parking lot. Everything's uphill. Little River, I'm telling you, is in the thick of it right now. Fire trucks going everywhere here.
That's the hardest thing. Get so much. That's not this. It's really the hardest question. It's not pretty.
We're gonna follow these fire trucks here and see where they're headed.
Team coverage. We'll be out here. Jake's password is also looking for out with Evans here, Jonathan. Again, yeah, we'll be here. You may see us if you're tired here and we're doing it. And the best way again to stay safe is by downloading that first store run. The only team in town sending you video updates. We're also the only team sending you updates on the changing conditions, what we're seeing. It's the best way to stay up to date. I think you guys have a great end.
Come on, Light. A lot of police officers now. Got going on down the road here. Fire trucks just went somewhere, but I got caught at a red light, so. Fire trucks came blazing down through here a little bit ago. And now you got a bunch of police officers and another fire rescue vehicle. Coming cruising down the road. And then another fire truck pulling out. They might have a fire somewhere. Where they're at. Throwing ladders. We got something going on here. I'm trying to turn around here. What's that? Yeah, I'm live. I don't see any active fire right now, but we're right across the street over here. Got an active incident here of some kind. Looks like they probably maybe. Is that Harley Davidson? Smoke in the building. Maybe heating, air conditioning system. Go out here and take a look. It looks like they're definitely got some kind of fire in there. Maybe a fire in the roof from a heating, air conditioning equipment or something malfunctioning. But got some ventilation going on right now. They got fans running, and you can definitely smell the smoke from it. It looks like they're going to hold it to the North Myrtle Beach units up here. It appears, because we got some of the Horry County units leaving. Good evening, everybody. We are live here at the North Myrtle Beach Harley Davidson. Looks like they got a little bit of a building fire situation going on. No visible flames or smoke or anything, but I could smell a little bit ago when I got out. Take a look, and looks like everything's under control. They're going to start packing things up here pretty soon, but we'll keep you updated on the situation if anything changes. Have they started plowing, Devin asked. Yes, they've been plowing. It's just a lot to keep up with when these heavy bands start working their way through. Just now tuning in, man, it's been a crazy night. Absolutely crazy night. Think the birds will be better around 8 a.m. tomorrow? Probably not. I'm not seeing the roads improving much between now and then. The problem that we're having right now is all the drifting snow. So we've got a ton of blowing snow, and that blowing snow is causing a lot of chaos on the roads. I attempted to go up through Little River, and I backed off because it was getting so covered with drifts. It's just snow drift after snow drift up there, so I kind of backed off and came back down in towards North Myrtle, and that's when I came across this building fire here at Harley Davidson. So, but yeah, I mean, I wouldn't expect the roads to be seeing too much of an improvement come tomorrow morning. 8 hours is or 8 o'clock is only 7 hours from now, a little less than 7 hours. So, looks like they're wrapping things up here at Harley Davidson. But we're gonna keep on it here this evening, as we've still got some heavy snow working through. Some of those areas that were in the dry slot today now seeing very heavy snowfall. It's really interesting to see how this storm has progressed. Like they're wrapping things up here at the Myrtle Beach, North Myrtle Beach, Harley Davidson. The blustery snowfall here in North Myrtle Beach. we're looking good for my 4 to 8 forecast, 4 to 8 inches. Just looking at some totals so far around the area. Looks like the fire here at North Myrtle Beach Harley Davidson's wrapping up. Probably was some heating equipment malfunctioned. Looks like they held it to an engine and a truck. The guys are still working. They're going to ventilate the building, probably, things like that. I'm going to get out and clear my windshield off here real quick. Still got snow moving through the area. Take a look at the radar here. You can see them bands just continue to swirl. The heavier portions of those bands are up near Oak Island, Wilmington, Whiteville, those areas. Maybe we can get them to swing back around just a little bit before this thing really starts to cruise up northeast. But not 100% convinced. But still going to be some lingering snow here throughout the overnight hours. By the morning, we'll be waking up to a beautiful white Myrtle Beach. That's where we're at right now. It's been a long night. ton of notifications here on X. It's absolutely just been crazy, which is great. You know, I can't wait to see. I love to see the support that we're getting and growing this thing leaps and bounds. Looks like they got the fire under control here at North Myrtle Beach, Harley Davidson. We're gonna get back on the road here and start heading back towards home. Been an awesome night. Documenting pieces of history from Myrtle Beach. A lot of people will laugh at us as we get so excited about the snow. But it's not something that happens a lot. And it's exciting. I get one day tomorrow to rest a little bit. We're going to be right back up in the morning, out taking pictures and documenting. It's been exciting. It's Ash Collier says Missouri already had all of that. Yeah, well, thanks for sending it down our way. We appreciate it. We like getting a little bit of snow every now and then. I think these red lights in this freaking town are all confused. I spent more time tonight sitting at red lights than I've done chasing snow. How cold is it here? Right now it's 22 degrees, wind chills probably 16, 17. I told you it's a lot of red lights. This town's crazy. Got red lights everywhere. Waiting to see how long until Facebook kicks my stream off because I've been streaming for almost 6 hours. They don't like that. -15 degrees in Missouri. Minus a wind chill, I'm assuming, too. She's cold here. Gotta remember, these people are used to wearing shorts and flip-flops. Six hours is a freaking crazy long time. It's almost a full day's work. I'm heading back towards my home now. And try and get some sleep so we can get up and cover the beauty of the snow tomorrow morning. Or this morning. It's been a long past couple days. Ready to sleep. You don't get a lot of rest when you're leading up to a major winter storm. And then out covering it as well. People out driving Camaros and stuff. You know, I don't mind getting 1 or 2 snowstorms a year. A little bit of cold weather. If we're going to get cold weather, it better be accompanied by snow. Other than that, I'd rather have my shorts and flip-flops on. But I don't mind seeing a winter storm. Especially one like this, man. I never thought I'd see drifting snow in Myrtle Beach. It's pretty crazy. About an hour ago, I was up places where the snow drifts were deep enough that I didn't want to drive through them. I'm a northern boy. Grew up driving through snow drifts and getting my truck stuck, and I don't want to get caught in that out here. Especially not live on Facebook and YouTube. That would be embarrassing. But I was dead on my forecast, 4 to 8 inches. Locally higher amounts. I think that locally higher amounts we might see up there around the border there between Little River and Oak Island. Might see some more higher accumulations there. That's definitely continuing to be a problem here on the roadways, for sure. I've seen South Carolina DOT plow trucks out several times. We do have limited resources here in South Carolina, and it's a big state to cover, and we got a lot of snow across the state today, so these guys are going to be working around the clock here for the next 24 hours or so, getting the roadways, first of all, cleared, and then dealing with all the ice that comes afterwards, because we're going to thaw and refreeze. So I don't think kids, I mark my words, I give it at least Wednesday till they'll be back at school. Probably not even that. Because freezing's going to be a major issue over the next couple days. Snow again. Not quite as heavy as it was when we were coming through here about, I don't know, 2 hours ago. I don't know, time flies so fast. I feel like I just left my house to start chasing this evening, and it's 6 hours later. But they might cut us off at the 6 hour mark, so if the stream cuts off, I'll see how close I am to home and if I'm going to restart it or not. So you may have to come back into a new live. Or switch over to YouTube where it'll stay on. Side streets here in Myrtle Beach, completely untouched. Oak Island right now just getting hammered with heavy, intense snowfall. Absolutely hammered. I was trying to make it up that far, but them snowdrifts were a little too much. I didn't like that situation. And you don't want to get caught out on those country roads with snowdrifts. Got a couple people still up watching. Thank you for tuning in. This historical snowfall event here, Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. I call it historical because no matter what the accumulations were, it doesn't snow here very often. To have 2 years in a row, we made history. A lot of snow has fallen in a very short amount of time here. To the point where it's actually pretty impressive. A lot of ice on the road right there. I'm looking for some good drifts, some good blowing snow so I can get some video and pictures of the actual drifts, but not having much luck. Everything's pretty much blowed over. After tonight's storm, we're going to turn our eyes to the extreme cold temperatures moving in. We're going to struggle to get out of the 20s and into the 30s for at least tomorrow and Monday, maybe even stretching into Tuesday. So this snow's going to linger around for a couple days. Going to cause a little chaos for schools for a few days. They're already closed for Monday while they're on e-learning. But on e-learning. So far tonight, the most snow I've seen was in Little River. Which was enough snow for me to want to turn around. The problem with snow drifts, the drifting, blowing snow that's piling up, you don't really know how deep it is. And you can really get yourself in a lot of trouble really quick. And when there's nobody else out on the roads, I'm not willing to take that risk. I don't know if my friends from the Weather Channel went up a little bit north. I haven't seen them for a while, and I haven't seen the Fox weather guys either. Quite a while. I'm assuming. If anybody knows where they're at, if they're watching them live right now, let me know. Try and get some video right here. Blustery. Cold, 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 my friends. And it is icy underneath this snow. I don't know if you guys can see this right now, but winds are crazy. Whipping through Myrtle Beach right now. whipping. My hand's about first because I had it hanging out the window filming. Start back towards the Carolina Forest area. And the birds are loving it. Whew! It's cold out there. Wind is blustery. Not gonna be a lot of snow left on cars down here at the beach if the wind keeps whipping like this. I have one quick picture here. All right. Hit that median tonight. Quiet out now. Safe to say we crushed last year for sure. Last year when I was heading home, it wasn't even snowing anymore. We're far from over yet, though. I mean, this snow's still sticking around. I mean, we can still see several more hours of accumulations here. It looks like we're gonna get a. It's trying to circle in a little bit more of that heavy snow yet again. It's trying to, but I don't think it's gonna make it before this storm really starts to lift to the north and east. I'd be curious to see what it does. Oak Island, still Whiteville, Lumberton, those areas seeing some heavy snow. Things are looking like here on the radar. We're heading towards Carolina Forest. I'm on 501. Been smooth sailing all night long. The only spot that I hit that I was even the slightest bit leery about was Little River, and that's because of the snow drifts. They were so getting so deep. I was a little leery because snow drifts are hard to figure out exactly how deep they are. So I was a little leery on that. So I turned around and headed back towards North Myrtle Beach, which I'm glad I did because we saw the Harley Davidson building fire. So windy up here on the bridge going over the intracoastal. Blowing snow is going to continue to be an issue. I can definitely see that. But it's definitely snowing a little bit harder here heading in towards Carolina Forest than it was just a few minutes ago on the coast. Getting into a little bit of heavier snow here into the Carolina Forest area right now. I bet it's going to be beautiful in the morning, seeing all this fresh white snow. Nice snow-covered roads here in Carolina Forest. And in a few short months, it'll be 90 degrees, and we'll be complaining about the heat. I think a hot shower and sleep is in store for me. Fast. was out of drink, so I needed something to drink. Done drank all my waters and Dr. Peppers. Guy here at the gas station says, "Stay warm." I'm like, I'm staying pretty warm. Let's see if I can catch this thing. All right, let's roll. Let's go check out Carolina Forest here, see what's going on. Might get some of those heavy bands. Check that out. That heavy band up there near Whiteville. Looks like it wants to circle back. See if we'll get that to circle back before we end the night and the storm system lifts off to the northeast. There ain't nobody around. Oh, wait. No, continues to come down here in Carolina Forest. It's not over yet, folks. Waffle House is open. Carolina Forest Waffle House is open. Mark that one down on our list. I'm going to say we beat last year. There's no way we didn't. Be heading to the beach in the morning. Kids are going to want to go see the ocean at the beach. kind of fun when you get to do this late at night and nobody else is around and you get to make your own road. Who knows where the lanes are? Are icy when they get those plows running. They got a lot of work to get these main roads cleaned up, and then they start working on the secondary roads. Good times in Myrtle Beach. secondary roads. It's the first time we've been on secondary roads all night. Completely untouched. Holding steady at 23 degrees. That snow. Birds are going to be covered in snow for a little while. A little bit of drifting snow coming into my neighborhood. What an awesome day. Waited all day. People thought, oh, where's all this snow you're talking about? Tried to tell people to be patient. It was coming. get my picture in my neighborhood here like I always get. I think that's going to do it for our chase here during the winter storm here of 2026. 1 year, almost to the day, since last year's storm. And I just took my final picture of the night. Tomorrow's a new day. We're going to get up and probably head to the beach, check on road conditions. But it was a pleasure having you guys support me and what I'm doing here at Myrtle Beach Aware. It's fun driving around with you tonight. I'm going to go get some much needed rest and pick it back up in the morning. So y'all stay safe, and I'll make sure you stay aware.